Hello, check. Welcome to the Museum of Glass, guys. So this week we are working with a visiting artist, Tobias Klein. He applied for a grant to rent our studio. He's come all the way from Hong Kong, where he teaches. Where does he teach? He's the associate professor at the School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. So he came here in 2018 and had a residency, and then he wanted to come back and kind of continue that idea that he had. So he is not necessarily a glass blower himself, so he's come and had us make his designs. So these are kind of some of the things we made the first day. And they're going to be, if you can see some of his work right up here, he uses glass and then 3D printed objects with the glass. So sometimes, right now what we're doing is we're blowing glass into some stainless steel printed 3D printed objects that he's brought. And it's very difficult. We're trying to figure out. That one that we just did took us about 4 tries. So there's a lot of little problems. Glass and steel contract and expand at different rates. So one of the ways we're going to be able to get around that is we've sprayed the steel with molasses so that when we blow into it, we form a small layer of carbon and the glass won't actually stick to the steel. So that should because the glass actually shrinks just a little bit when it cools. So what you saw, we put it into this oven over here. It has to cool depending on its thickness. These things about like 12 hours overnight. So the glass shrinks just a little bit. The steel's not going to move at all. So that needs to be able to move just ever so slightly on a microscopic level. That layer of carbon that the molasses creates will help accommodate that. So I'll just give you guys a brief description, kind of the hot shop, the temperatures and stuff. So this is one of the biggest hot shops in the world. It's not as big as the one on Blown Away. That's the biggest, I guess. But maybe this is the 3rd biggest. Yeah, it's a lot bigger. So right now, Sarah's going into one of the 2 furnaces that we have here. The furnaces are where we melt and keep the glass. So each one holds about 800 pounds. They're kept at 2125 degrees Fahrenheit. We have 4 reheating chambers, also known as glory holes. Maybe not the glory holes you guys are used to, but these ones are used for reheating the glass. They're about the same temperature, between 21 and 300 degrees. So we have 2 of them on right now. So to get the glass out of the furnace, we use these pipes, preheated pipes. Sarah's got one of those right now. She's taken a gather of glass, and it's kind of like winding up honey on a honey dipper. So you can only collect so much at a time. So she's gotten what we would call 1 gather. These things we're probably going to get 2 gathers total. So she'll blow a little bubble right now. The way we put air into that mass is we put some air in the pipe, put our thumb over the pipe, and the air is going to go where there's least resistance. That's the glass. So now that thing is hollow. You guys have any questions? Okay, I'm just going to let you guys watch. Just let me know if you have any questions, all right? Hey, can we play the Meet the Artist video? So this is a video that was shot when Tobias was here in 2018.
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling, sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team members themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
Can we see some of Tobias's previous work, please? So you can see he combines glass and 3D printed objects. So we're kind of continuing that same idea here. And I'm pretty sure the things we're making here are going to a museum in Hong Kong. Originally he's from Germany, so he's German, living in Hong Kong. He teaches, let's see, he's an associate professor at the School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. So I apologize, usually we have an MC, our MC is sick today, so we're not gonna have narration the whole time, but I'll try to fill in when we can. So we're starting the next piece. Sarah's taken a stainless steel blowpipe. It's a hollow rod about 5 feet long, and now she's going into one of the furnaces. The furnaces are held at 2125 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's kind of like winding up honey. She's taken a gather of glass, as we call it. She's going to shape that into a nice uniform shape and then introduce some air into that solid mass of glass. The way she's going to do that, she's going to blow some air into the pipe and put her thumb over the end. That air has to go somewhere. It's going to go where there's least resistance. That's in the hot, gooey glass. So you'll notice we're always turning the glass. The glass, if she wasn't turning it, it would just fall right on the ground. So the heats we're working, the temperatures we're working with here range from about 1,000 degrees up to about 5,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Hottest thing in the shop is this oxygen propane. That's the thing that's running about 5,500. The molten glass comes out at 2125. We need to keep that glass above about 1,000 degrees or it will crack. Everything we make here has to cool down slowly. So when we're finished with an object, we're gonna put it into one of these ovens. We're using this oven on this far side of the shop, and that's called an annealing oven. Annealing is the process of slow cooling. So glass has to slow cool in order to be stable. We're blowing these into metal forms, so that creates some problems with annealing sometimes. So one of the ways we're trying to get over this is we've sprayed these metal objects with molasses. What that's gonna do is create a small layer of carbon between the glass and the metal. When glass cools, it shrinks on a microscopic level. You couldn't see it with your bare eye, but it will shrink just slightly. So we put this layer of molasses on there, which should form a layer of carbon so that glass can move just ever so slightly during the cooling process. So for those of you who might not heard, this week we are working with artist Tobias Klein. He's traveled here from Hong Kong to have us make these objects for him out of glass. He was a visiting artist here in 2018, and these are a continuation of that same project. Does anybody have any questions right now? Again, I apologize, we don't have an MC, so I'm gonna answer a couple questions and I'm gonna have to help. What's your question? Yes, the question was, are these objects made this week? Yes, these were made on Wednesday, so that was the first day of the residency. Let's see his work, let's see some slides so you can kind of see what happens with this glass. So he will take these objects back to his studio in Hong Kong, and then he's going to add some 3D printed elements to them. Chris, can we see the images, please? So here we go. These are all 3D printed objects with glass encased in them. So we've let that first bubble cool down, and then we're going to go in and get another layer of glass. So depending on the size of the object, we may have to get maybe 1 gather for something like this. It may be 7 or 8 gathers for something really large. We have different size blowpipes to accommodate the size of the object we're making too. So today we're using what we refer to as a standard blowpipe. It's kind of right in the middle. You have a question? The question was, how long does it stay in the oven once we put it in there? For these objects we're making today, probably overnight. It all depends on how thick the glass is. So something like a drinking glass, something like this, basically anything under about 1 inch thick cools overnight. We made some things a couple weeks ago that we're just now seeing. They were big, solid shapes made out of glass, about 50 pounds of glass. So those had to cool for about 3 weeks. Large telescope lens, about 6 months. Any other questions? Yes. Question. Let me ask him. I'm not sure. I know the media that he's for these that we're using right now is steel, but let me ask. Oh, the dancing in this CD? I know. I'll ask him in 1 minute. I don't want to interrupt him and be all rude. So Ben's going in here to get another layer of glass. And you're going to just wind it up, kind of like winding up honey on a honey dipper. When it comes out, it's very liquidy. If you were to stop turning right now, that would just fall on the ground. Hey, Tobias, quick question. What's the media you're using in the 3D printed, like the black ones?
So the black 3D printed elements, they're all a type of nylon, a polymer that comes in a powder form and gets printed in layers with a laser that heats up the polymers to stick together. So it's not a resin or so, but the complexity of the forms doesn't allow anything with substructures, which traditional 3D printing requires. So this is a bed of polymer powder heated up to around 200 degrees Celsius, and then a laser that sinters layer by layer of the polymers together. And so you get the most complex geometries because it's supported by the excess powder that it's basically still in. When it's finished, you can take it out of the powder, shake it, and reuse all the other powder. So you have no waste in this process at all.
Interesting, huh? Any other questions before I turn off the mic for a sec? I'm sorry? Oh yeah, you can take pictures of the glass. You can take pictures of the glass blowers too. We're pretty photogenic. So some of you might be wondering what he was using there to shape the glass. That's just a folded up Wall Street Journal, one of our main tools. So now he's going to do something pretty cool. He's going to cut this bubble the long way and then stick it back together so that we kind of have two separate chambers. Cap? So when we work with the glass too, we generally work in teams. Ben is what's called the gaffer, and he'll be giving out the instructions. Like he asked me to cap the pipe so that it can create a little back pressure. If he needs a little bit of air, he'll ask me to blow. So one of the tricky things about this is there are not big gaps in these forms, so there's really small holes. So Ben's gonna have to get this thing hot enough that it's gonna stretch and fit into one of those gaps. Oh man, he's getting crazy. He's giving a little twist there too. Just use a little bit of water to super cool that tip so that when he comes back to the bench and grabs it, it'll have a little resistance and twist up a little bit more. Blowing? Stand by on the air. We use these torches to just give it a little extra heat where we need it. We use the air to give it a little bit resistance where we need it. So Sarah's going to use this compressed air and start to blow it on the glass where it's getting a little too thin. So now Ben's going to get that thing nice and hot, drop it into this mold, and then start to blow. And so a lot of these we're having to go in there sometimes 2-3 times to get it right. So I think we weren't able to fill that up, so we might break this apart and try it again. We'll recoat that with that molasses. So we'll just put this in a bucket of water, break it apart. Did you guys all see the Meet the Artist video from last time I was here? I think just maybe you two did, right? Let's go ahead and play that again. That'll give you a good introduction to Tobias. He's a really interesting guy. Can we play the Meet the Artist?
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all 3 dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4 dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. we develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling, sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team member themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
So that gives you guys a little brief overview of our visiting artists. Can I answer any questions? What's up? The question was, it seems like none of us have any protection. Have we been hurt? Actually, we all are. If you notice, all of us are wearing glasses. They all have UV coating. That's the main thing. We're all wearing cotton clothing. We're all wearing closed-toed shoes. That's really all you need. Yeah, have we been hurt? My feelings get hurt daily. Other than that, yeah, little tiny burns, but my friend's brother was a chef, and he said his brother he was a glassblower too, but he got burned way more as a chef. So a lot of times with the burns that we get, that newspaper we use, the little ashes come up and land on your wrist. The steel tools get hot. Sometimes you accidentally touch those. But no, you learn really quick to stay away from the hot stuff. We rarely get burned by the glass. It's Serena actually has a little burn on the back of her leg because she touched her leg on one of these, see these kegs? We drip excess glass in those sometimes, and it was hot, and she brushed up against that. But it was kind of like her first ceremonial burn too. That was your first good burn, right? She's part of the gang now. Actually, she'd been part of the gang, but she's really she got a little promotion from that. Can I answer any other questions? Do we make our own work? Yeah, so all of us here that work in the hot shop, we are all artists as well. This is kind of our 9 to 5 that pays the bills, but we all have our own artwork and sell them at galleries worldwide. I've been blowing glass for 27 years. Ben has been blowing glass for over 30. Sarah, about 24 years. So yeah, like somebody like Tobias, he came halfway around the world to work with us, this team. So we've been working together as a team. Ben and I have been working together for about 20 years. Sarah, about 15. So it's pretty rare that in glassblowing you have a team that stays together that long. It's kind of like a well-functioning, dysfunctional family. What's that? So the question is there other glass-making facilities in Washington? Washington, actually, this area, the Seattle-Tacoma area, besides Murano, Italy, we have more glass blowers here than anywhere. So like when I first started blowing glass, I'm from California. When I first started blowing glass, like you talk about, it's like an actor talking about going to Hollywood. You talk about going to the Seattle area. So there are more glass blowers in this area than anywhere. It's a really nice place to blow glass. The weather, it never gets too hot. So, we can wear shorts. We wear shorts in here year round. So the climate's really nice for blowing glass. There's also a really a world famous glass blowing school that's about an hour and a half north of Seattle, Stanwood, Washington, the Pilchuck Glass School. So that attracts a lot of students who are just out of college. They go to that glass school, and then a lot of them end up staying up here. So it's a very popular place for glass. How did I get introduced? It was an accident. Yeah, I was living in a school bus in the Bay Area, and we parked it. Man, see, now it sounds like one of those vagrant cities. I was like kind of a hippie, traveler, gypsy kind of young man, and yeah, I parked it across the street from the glass studio. I had no idea there was what glass blowing was. I went over there, checked it out. I got a job there, and just kept doing it. Ben got a job when he was 14, summer job blowing glass, and then went to school for it after that, got a bachelor's. Sarah was in school for something else and discovered glass while she was in college, and then kept doing it ever since. So usually people don't, I don't think they start off wanting to be a glass blower. My niece wants to be a glass blower and a paleontologist now because I gave her a little lesson. She's 9 years old. I helped her make a little cup, and now she wants to be a glass blower. Here, I can blow. So we're gonna do that same thing with this bubble. We're gonna cut it in half, capping. Cut it in half, put it back together. So now we have two separate air chambers. And he's gonna kind of give it kind of a, what would you call those things? Are they cinnamon twists? Is that what they're called? He's gonna twist it up a little bit now too. Blowing? Stop. So yeah, Ben's instructed me when he needs some air, if he needs some back pressure, I'll cap the pipe. Just super cool that tip with a little bit of water so we can grab onto that, and I'll give it a little resistance so that the hot part will twist. And he'll probably have me blow here. So it's not like in the movies where you see the huffing and puffing. A lot of especially when we're not blowing into molds, it's little bursts of air here and there. I mean, once we get into this mold, then yeah, we're gonna you'll see the cheeks go out. We're gonna be kind of blowing as hard as we can. But a lot of times it's very controlled. People are generally kind of bummed out when they come in here and they don't see the blowing like you think you see in the, you're gonna see. Welcome those of you who just joined us. I apologize, we don't have an MC this morning, so I'm going to be kind of filling in, talking on the mic and assisting. So here we go. We're going to go into this 3D printed mold made out of stainless steel coated with molasses. I'm gonna get ready to blow. Blowing? Whew, God, that hurts. That's it? So this is very tricky what we're doing here. This is our second attempt, and I think it's gotten a little thin. So generally when we're blowing up a bubble, we use different tools to cool it in certain areas where it's getting thin. We use the torch to torch it where we need to blow more. With this, we can't get the steel too hot because if the steel and the glass bind together, it's not going to cool properly. We've coated that steel with molasses, which will help a little bit. It'll create a layer of carbon between the glass and the steel. When glass cools down, it shrinks just ever so slightly on a microscopic level. So, what was that? Oh, so that one was not successful. This is our second try. So what we did is we broke it off into a bucket of water. We'll break the glass out, recoat that form with the molasses, and then we'll try it again. So it's definitely, this project that Tobias came with is very tricky. So we have a visiting artist this week, Tobias Klein. He is, he's an associate professor at the School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. So he's applied for a grant in order to come from Hong Kong to our shop to rent it for 3 days to have us make these objects for him. He was a visiting artist here in 2018, and we started this kind of series for him. So these are the things we made on the first day. Can we see his images again? So there's some sketches, and you'll see some finished work. So what Tobias is known for is these 3D printed objects. So he takes this glass and then implements his 3D printing onto the glass. So all these objects we're making here, he'll ship back to Hong Kong, do all the finish work on them, and then they're gonna go into a museum in Hong Kong. Yes. Because what we're doing here is really hard, and I hate to toot my own horn, but these chambers that we're reheating the glass in, these are called glory holes, and they're about 21 to 2300 degrees. This one right here it's pretty big. So it's bigger than anything that I ever used when I blew glass in California. So you can see that's pretty good size, but we have one that's even bigger than that. And there are other reheating chambers around the world that are this big, but not a lot. I'd say maybe 10. It's one thing to have a reheating chamber this big, but it's also another thing to be able to like handle that amount of glass that you can put in there. It takes a lot of experience, takes some strength too, but mainly experience. Can I answer any questions from you guys? Yeah, our MC called in sick today, so man, my voice is getting. When do we add color? So the question is about color. Let's go ahead and there's several ways that we add color to the glass. Let's go ahead and play the color overlay video because this gives kind of a good general idea of how color is in glass and how we mainly do it here.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that process, the overlay, is one that we use a lot here too. Those you saw there in the video, there's color bars. This is a little chunk of white color bar, but this same color, like this is what we would call K61. All the colors, they're made in Germany. They have German names, so we usually call them by their numbers. K61, you can get this in a bar form. You can get it in what we would call frit, which is a granulated form. Anywhere from like the size of like talc to like large gravel, and that you can just roll in it. So it comes in one of those forms. Color bars kind of gives you that nice clean uniform look, whereas like frit gives you that kind of mottled looking that you'll see in a lot of glass. And that's the things that make color in glass are just different metals: gold, silver, iron, copper. You're welcome. What's that? Yeah, I was in there. I was a little skinnier back then. I wasn't. So yeah, just let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm gonna go over here and be ready to blow and all that good stuff for Ben. I'll keep talking when I'm over here. So you can see when we're working with the glass, we're always turning it. Again, if he was to stop turning, that glass would just go straight down with gravity. Using a wet newspaper, Wall Street Journal, folded up to shape the glass. It's one of our main tools. Cap. So we're going to cut this bubble in two the long way to get two separate air chambers, and then we're going to stick it back together and then give it a little twist. So cutting glass at this temperature is kind of like cutting into leather. When it's straight out of the furnace, it's more like cutting butter. So yeah, we've cut that bubble into two and then put it back together. And now he's going to twist that bubble. This is just going to create some interesting optics when we blow into this form. So now we're going to twist that bubble up. He just quenched the tip in the water to give it a little bit more, make it a little more stable, something to grab onto.
Just on call.
Ben's just trying to build up that heat in that bubble so we can give it a nice little twist here.
I'll just take a little more time making the twist. Stop.
Stop.
Feel a little nicer, you know? I think.
So Ben's instructing me when to blow. He'll say blow, stop, as we sees the need for it. You going in this time?
No, I'm gonna clean up the tip one, paper it down. I gotta get slimmer.
So one of the things that's tricky about this is there's not a big gap in that mold, so he has to get this bubble really skinny, which makes it harder to get hot. So yeah, he's got a small opening there we got to get into. The skinnier and longer that thing is, the harder it is to get it hot. So he's going to have to kind of find this good middle ground to where we can heat it and let gravity stretch it out a little bit to thin it up. There it is. There you go. All right, so now it's going to get that bubble nice and hot. Let's cross our fingers. I'm going to be here ready to blow. It's going to get it started over here vertically, and then we're going to put it on the rails and finish the blow. And again, we can't reheat this because if we get the steel hot, the glass and the steel are going to stick, and that's not a good thing. It won't cool down properly. Blowing?
Keep going. Oh, so good.
Oh, I can do it, Sarah.
Glove up.
Be ready.
Keep going.
It's over here.
Happy there?
I got it, Sarah. It's all over here. Keep blowing.
Yeah, one more. Just see if we can get that to move just a little bit more. That looks pretty good.
So yeah, third time was a charm there. Yeah, let's give him a hand. That was good. So yeah, after that, we blow that. We can't really, if that glass was allowed to get too cold out here in the open air, it would start cracking. That happens about 900 degrees. Glass doesn't, one of the things that makes glass so unique is it doesn't have a certain temperature where it's a liquid or a solid. It's more like wax. Like the hotter it is, the softer it is. So like water becomes ice at 32 degrees. Glass is not like that. This glass that we're using, around 1100 degrees, it'll start to move a little bit, and that all depends too on the thickness of it. Different colors behave differently at different temperatures. So like your cool colors, your blues, your greens, those feel a lot softer at the same temperature as your warmer colors like your reds, your yellows, and oranges. So all those things we have to consider when we're designing, when we're fabricating. So today we're just working with clear glass, which is really nice because we know that's all going to move kind of at the same temperature. But yeah, this project that we're doing, it seems like it's like when we first looked at, like, oh, we're just going to blow some glass into these things, but it's a lot trickier than we thought. You know, there's not, some of these have bigger openings to go into, but some of them, they're not the biggest opening to like get some glass in there. So, and once it's in there, it's really hard to control where it's going to expand, where it's going to get, if it gets too thin, there's nothing we could really do about it. So like the first couple that got too thin in some spots, we had to just trash it. So for those of you that just joined us, we're working with Tobias Klein. He's a visiting artist. He comes originally from Germany, but been working as an associate professor at, let's see, School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. So he's traveled here from Hong Kong to have us fabricate these objects. They're going to be in a museum show in Hong Kong. He was a visiting artist here in 2018, and we started some of these things for him. So, like, this is the stuff that we made the first day. All these objects are going to be, they're going to have 3D printed elements to them. Can we see his images again? What's that? Of the steel ones? Like the steel thing? I think about 1, 2, maybe like 6 of them. So, and then we're going to do some where we might try to blow 2 at the same time and then stick them together too. So he has some ideas. So yeah, you can see some of his work up there. Tobias used to blow glass a long time ago, he said, but he never really pursued it, but he really loves the material. So glass is one of the materials he likes to use in his artwork. So a lot of times we do this very often at the Museum of Glass. We invite artists who don't usually work with glass, and we make objects for them. It's I think it allows for some really interesting, creative minds to come in here and see what we can do with the material. So I think when you blow glass all the time, you're a glass blower, you kind of have this idea of what the material is going to do, but like things like these come from the crazy minds of people who don't blow glass. This is only 2 different bubbles put together. Most of these are just one bubble just shaped and folded on itself. We put all these little nipples on them, and he'll use these to connect that 3D printed media to the glass. So we're starting the next form here. Is this the one we're going into, Ben?
What?
We're going into this one? Yeah. I'm talking to him on the microphone. It's one of our pet peeves. I'm not usually emceeing, but...
Check it out. I'm gonna step in an optic mold first.
So we're going to do something a little different with this one. We're going to go into what we call an optic mold. You're a jerk. So we have these different molds that have kind of different patterns in them. They're not used to give the glass a shape. They're used to give it optics. That's why we call them optic molds. So when the glass is kind of still on the thicker side, he's going to blow it into a mold that's down on the ground here. And then we're going to go into that form, and that'll give it some... this is actually blown in an optic mold. I don't know if you guys can see that. So you can go into these optic molds too and twist it too. You can snip the ribs. You can do all kinds of stuff with these optic molds. We use them quite often here. Anybody have any questions? Again, I apologize. I'm not the normal MC. Our MC's sick today, so I'm trying to fill in until we get somebody here. You have a question? Where do we get the glass? Like the raw materials to make the glass? So there's several different manufacturers of glass that's designed for kind of this offhand glass blowing, glass sculpting, glass making, whatever you want to call it. We get ours from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. It's a very popular company called Spruce Pine Batch. So they manufacture we get this in kind of like a sand form that's been kind of clumped into little balls, and we put that in the furnace. We usually do that maybe once a week. These furnaces hold about 800 pounds, so once they get really low, then we'll have a charge day on one of the furnaces. We'll turn the furnace up to about 2,400 degrees and put in about 100 pounds at a time, maybe 100 pounds an hour, and then it needs to cook overnight, and then we have glass. So glass is made up of sand, soda ash, and lime. It's mainly sand, really clean sand. Let's see, what was I gonna say? So yeah, like your glass in like a Coke bottle has a different formulation. It's formulated so that a machine can blow it and it cools down really quick. So at like 1,500 degrees, the glass will still be glowing, but it'll be not malleable at all. Whereas with our glass at about 1,500 degrees, it's still quite malleable. This glass is designed to stay softer longer, so you can work with it and make all these crazy shapes. So Ben's gonna blow this bubble up, stuff it in that optic mold here in a second. Oh, here comes another MC. That's Kristen, our cold worker. She's a really good MC too. So when this is called the hot shop, we also have a cold shop. So like all these objects have these sharp little things that we use to connect to the glass so that we can work the other side. It's called a punty. Kristen cold works and polishes all this stuff off. So she's back there polishing artwork from last week. So there goes Ben. He's stuffing it in that optic mold. He's gonna blow. It's gonna come out kind of cone shaped with those ribs on it. Are you gonna twist it? So he's gonna keep the ribs nice and straight and then go into that mold. So now he's gonna get that bubble nice and hot. Drop it into this mold. I'm putting this jacket on so that I can grab it and put it in the annealing oven when it's finished. Now he's just gonna blow. You can see those ribs from the optic mold are still there. I'm gonna get ready to blow. Yep. Blowing? Keep going?
This is the hard part, is when you get that bubble to come this way. You know,
That's all we got there, Chief.
yeah, good, you're good. You want to keep this one or do it again? Did you want that full?
So we didn't quite fill that mold up. Again, these are very difficult things to do. It's usually taking us like 2 or 3 to get each one. So he likes the optics, but we didn't quite fill it up. And since there's steel on this glass, we can't really heat it up and blow more, because if that steel gets too hot and the glass and the steel start to stick together, then it's not going to cool properly. When glass cools, it shrinks on a microscopic level, and so it needs to, the steel will not, so they need to not stick to each other. And you might notice a little smoke coming off of that when we're blowing it. It's because we've coated the steel with molasses. which should create a small layer of carbon between the glass and the steel, which will allow for that glass to just shrink ever so slightly when it's cooled down. So we'll just bonk it off into a bucket of water and break that out and try it again. Can I answer any questions? So I want to play the Meet the Artist video. I know a lot of you guys have seen this, but we have some new people in here. So this will introduce you guys to our artist, Tobias Klein, who's here from Hong Kong. He was here in 2018 as a visiting artist. Thanks, ladies. Thank you. Have a good day. Let's go ahead and play the Meet the Artist video.
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling. Sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team members themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
So yeah, just let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm gonna just kind of let it roll here for a minute. So we're just letting that bubble cool enough so that when we go back in the furnace, it can control it and so it doesn't collapse. That is now a hollow bubble. That glass again is coming out at 2125 Fahrenheit, kind of the consistency of warm honey. If you were to stop turning, that glass would just fall right on the ground. Here, I'll show you guys how the consistency of the glass. Yeah, we're having a, you know, this is definitely one of the more challenging things we've had to do this week. I heard it as soon as we broke it off. I heard it crack a little bit. It was just a little, I think it was a little thin in one spot. But we'll do it again. So this oven that we put it into, this is called an annealing oven. Annealing is the process of slow cooling. Everything we make here in the shop that we want to keep needs to go through an annealing process. The oven's set at 925 degrees. At that temperature, the glass is very hard. It's not moving at that point. Once we put it in the oven, it's going to sit there all day until we're done, and then it's going to cool down according to the thickest piece in there. So something like a drinking glass or these objects we made here, they need to cool overnight. The thicker it is, the longer it has to cool. So something like a telescope lens, about 6 months in an annealing oven, like a big telescope. Like the Palomar Observatory, that lens cools about 6 months. 6 months cooling, and I think about a year to polish it. So for those of you that just joined us, what we're doing this week, we have visiting artist Tobias Klein in here. He is an associate professor at the City College of Hong Kong. He's traveled here to have us make these objects for him. We've had kind of 3 separate projects today. The project is blowing into these molds that he's created. He's created these stainless steel 3D printed molds that we're trying to blow glass into. We've coated these molds with a layer of molasses, which you'll see when we blow, you'll see a little bit of smoke from them. We've coated them with molasses to create a layer of carbon between the glass and steel. If the glass and steel were to stick together, they're not going to anneal properly. When glass anneals, it shrinks on a microscopic level. It's going to shrink just a little bit. So we don't want that glass and steel to stick together. So I've coated it with that molasses mixture, which will help the glass be able to just move a little ever so slightly against that steel. Anybody have any questions? I apologize for those of you that just joined us. Our MC is sick today. I'm usually not, when I'm on a mic, usually I'm singing karaoke, and I don't think you guys want to hear that. Unless you had a couple drinks first. And then it's quite pleasing. So the question is, what do we start with? Like, how do we make the glass? So we get our glass in a form called batch, which is a mixture of mainly sand, soda ash, and lime. You take those 3 ingredients, you put it in a 2400 degree furnace, it's gonna melt and turn to glass. So sand by itself needs about 4,000 degree temperature to turn into glass. So we add the soda ash, brings the melting temperature down. The lime is a stabilizer, so the lime will make it not water soluble. So if you were to just melt the glass, sand, soda ash, and then you threw it in water, it would just disintegrate. If you were to just melt sand, you need about a 4,000 degree furnace. That's a little hot. When we have 2 different furnaces. So let's see. These ones right here, these are called glory holes. These are just for reheating. They're anywhere from 2100 to about 2300 degrees. Very hot. We have 4 of those in the shop, 2 of them on. We have 2 furnaces. Can we see the furnace diagram? Each furnace holds about 800 pounds of glass. So inside of each furnace is a big ceramic crucible. with 800 pounds of glass in it when it's full. So when those things get low, like this one is starting to get a little low, we'll do what's called charging. We'll throw that mixture of sand, soda ash, and lime, about 100 pounds at a time, in through the front door until that thing is full. It takes about 8 hours to fill it up. And then once it's full, we'll cook that glass overnight at 2,400 degrees. And then the next day we will have beautiful clear glass to work with. And the working temperature for that glass is 2,125 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we cook it, it's about 2,400. And then the next day it cools down to 2,100 roughly. And that's when we're going to actually use it, is at that 2,100 degree temperature. So you can see Sarah has actually gone to her other furnace because the other one is starting to get a little low. She's gone to that other furnace and got a gather of glass. So everything we make, you have to make it in layers. So you can only gather up so much glass at a time. So she's gotten one gather. She's going to introduce some air into that hollow blowpipe that she has there. She's going to do that by putting air in the pipe and putting her thumb over the end. That air, trapped air in there, has to go somewhere. It's going to go to the path of least resistance, which is the glass. So she's just getting that a nice uniform shape. By rolling it on that steel, it's kind of giving it a nice outer shell, so to speak. And now she's going to put some air in that, put her thumb over the pipe. And if you watch closely, here comes the bubble. Boom, it's hollow. I should give him a little bit more puff. And so, as I said, we work in layers because we can only gather up so much glass at a time. She's going to shape this into a nice kind of light bulb shape. Let it cool down. We'll go in and get another layer of glass. Sarah's been blowing glass about 25 years, myself 27, Ben a little over 30. Anybody have any questions? A lot of times people want to know how we get color in the glass. I'm going to just have them play a little video for you guys just to give you a little information about one of the ways we color glass. Can we play the overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the color that we use here comes from Germany. It comes in a couple different forms. What you saw there was the use of color bar. It also comes in kind of like a gravelly form we call frit, which kind of can be like anywhere from like a grain of sand to like big gravel, and that's how you get kind of that mottled look. But the things that color glass are different metal oxides and mineral salts. It doesn't take much. When one of our furnaces was kind of at the end of its life, they last about 10, 15 years. One of them was at the end of its life. We melted actually this steel blue right here, and we used cobalt oxide and, oh, what was the other one? I think it was tin. But I would say for 800 pounds, we used about maybe a cup of metal oxides to make a whole 800 pounds of colored glass. Yo. So Ben's stuffing that bubble to what we call an optic mold. That's just going to give it some texture. He's got a bigger version of one of these molds down on the ground. Let's give him a hand for that, because that was like the 4th time we tried that one. Welcome everybody to the Hot Shop. My name's Gabe. I'm not usually an MC. Usually if I'm holding the mic, I'm singing some karaoke, so just you're gonna have to deal with me. Our MC's sick today, so I'm filling in for now. We have visiting artist Tobias Klein here in the Hot Shop with us. He's come all the way from Hong Kong, where he is the associate professor at the School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. He's come here to continue a project that he started in 2018 with us as a visiting artist. So he's traveled here and he's renting the shop and having us fabricate some different objects for him. These are kind of what we made on the first day, these clear things, and he's gonna add his 3D printed elements to them. Can we see some images of his work? So you'll see in his work that he uses a lot of different materials, glass being one of them. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have anybody up in the booth right now, so we can't see his images. But what he does is take these glass elements and creates these very elaborate 3D printed structures that go around the glass. What we're doing right now is we're blowing into these metal molds that he's 3D printed. They're made out of stainless steel. They're coated with molasses. So if you smell like kind of a little sugary smell, that's what you're smelling, is molasses. You'll see a little smoke coming from these molds when we're blowing them. We've coated them with molasses to create a small layer of carbon between the steel and the glass. We don't want the glass and the steel to stick together. If they stick together, they're gonna crack when they go through the slow cooling process called annealing, which is what this oven over here is, an annealing oven. That's where we just place the glass. The glass will cool overnight. It cools depending on its thickness. So these things, they're pretty thin. They're gonna cool overnight. If the glass and the steel were to stick together, they will not anneal properly. When glass cools, it shrinks on a microscopic level. So we need to make sure that the steel and the glass are not stuck together. That's why we're coating it with molasses. That's also makes it a little more challenging to blow these things, because when we blow it, if it doesn't fill out, we can't really go back and reheat the glass. The glass loses temperature really quickly out here in the open air. It stops moving somewhere in the area of 11 to 1200 degrees. Glass doesn't have a specific temperature associated with it being a liquid or a solid. That's one of the things that makes it such a unique material. Water is solid at 31 degrees, it's liquid at 33. Glass doesn't have that quality to it. So when we blow this thing, if it gets too cold and it's not moving anymore, when I say cold, I'm talking somewhere around 1300 degrees, 1100 degrees, not exactly sure. But when it gets too cold, we can't go in and soften it with the heat, because the steel will heat up at that point. And when the steel gets hot, it has a danger of sticking to the glass. Does anybody have any questions right now? Yep. So the question was, what temperature is our annealer set at? The annealing temperature for the glass that we're using is 925 degrees. So at that temperature, the glass is very rigid, it's not moving. If the glass is allowed to cool out in the open air, it will just crack. So anything we want to save, we need to slow cool it. It needs to go through that process of slow cooling called annealing. The length of time it anneals is dependent on how thick the glass is. So something like a drinking glass, overnight. What we're making today, overnight's fine. something like the Palomar telescope lens, about 6 months. So it all depends on the thickness of the glass. Any other questions? Let me see if there's one that's not coated with molasses because they're super sticky. Question. The question was, do different colors require different temperatures? Yes. At some point they do. So when we are heating up color glass that we're going to use in a piece, we usually heat them up in one of these things called a color oven. It's right here. If it's a cool color, something like blue or green, those colors generally, we heat those up to about 985. If it's a warm color, something like yellow, red, or orange, needs to be heated about 1,015 degrees. If they're not heated to that temperature, if you were to heat the blue up to that 1,015 degrees, it would start to move and stick to one of the metal trays in there. If you were to heat the yellow up to 985 and try to use it, it will thermally shock and blow up. So I'm going to try to get one of these for you guys to feel. Hey, Tobias. Do you have one of these that's not coated in molasses?
No, they're all sticky. Let's not use this one because I just assembled them. There's two there, they're dry.
I was just wondering if you'd be okay.
Yeah, of course. Yes, 100%. But they get sticky.
So I'd like to pass one of these around for you guys to feel, but they're coated in molasses, so your fingers are going to get a little sticky. Are you guys okay with that still? Yeah, okay. So Tobias Klein's going to hand this gentleman one of these. Here, you want to start here, and you guys can pass this around. So Tobias has created these with a 3D modeling in a 3D printer. So they're all made out of steel, but we have coated them in molasses, so that's why you're going to feel that little stickiness to them. And I know it's close to lunch, and you might be hungry, but don't lick it, all right? Question? What does they start with? Oh, what is a starter in the hot shop? In the hot shop, the starter is basically the person who starts the bubble. So today, Sarah is our starter. Sarah gathers the glass necessary for the project, shapes it, gets it into the preliminary shape, and then hands it to what's called the gaffer, and the gaffer will oversee the finalization of the project. So everything starts, we get our raw material here before it's glass, and it's basically sand, soda ash, and lime, and it looks similar to white cake mix almost. And then we throw it in about 100 pounds at a time and melt it at about 2,400 degrees. Let it cook overnight. The next day, we have clear molten glass. Sand, it's mainly sand. Soda ash brings the melting temperature of the sand down. Sand melts at about 4,000 degrees. That's a little too hot. So soda ash brings the melting temperature down, and lime stabilizes. Lime stabilizes it and makes the mixture non-water soluble. So we're almost to the point where we're going to blow some mold, so I need to put this microphone down and put on some protective gear so that if this thing is successful, we can put it in the annealing oven. I'm going to put on a jacket and use some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a bulletproof, fire-resistant material, and that's what we use to handle the glass when it's at about 1,000 degrees. So you might notice that Ben has stuffed that glass into what we call an optic mold. We have a mold down on the floor, something like this. It's not to shape the glass, it's just to give it those optical lines. And I could pass this around. Do you guys want to feel the inside of this optic mold? So Ben has stuffed the glass into a version of one of these to give it these vertical stripes. We call that an optic mold, and they come in a lot of different shapes, patterns. They're not used to shape the glass, they're used to give it optical patterns. So now he's going to put it in that mold and start to blow. We're going to use the compressed air to stiffen up the glass in areas where it's getting too thin. And these have been really tricky. The couple different problems are arising. The hole that we're having to blow into is very small, so it's hard to get the glass hot enough because you have to make it so skinny. When it's skinny like that, it's really hard to control. So it's been really tricky to get these things to fill out. And we can't reheat the glass because then the steel's going to heat up. Thank you. The steel will heat up and the glass will stick to the steel and it will crack during that annealing process. And I said before, the glass actually shrinks on a microscopic level when it's cooled down slowly. And if it sticks to the steel, it's not going to cool down properly. Anybody have any questions? How do we decide who does what? It depends. Like today, Ben is the gaffer. When Tobias was here in 2018, Ben was the gaffer. We usually try to keep it the same person. Like we have visiting artists who do return here. So he came in 2018, and we're continuing in that same project that we started. So it makes sense for Ben to kind of lead up the team. So it all depends. We're all kind of pretty versatile at this point. It depends on the artist that's here, who's going to do what. But if the MC is sick, it's always me on the mic. It's because I'm the best karaoke singer. What's my song? I have a couple, but I really love Barbra Streisand, Woman in Love is one of my favorites. Easy Like Sunday Morning, Lionel Richie. I like those easy listening classics. Any other questions I can answer? So yeah, these are quite tricky forms that we're making here. Have you guys all seen the Meet the Artist video? No, huh? It looks like we have someone back in the booth now. Can we play the Meet the Artist video? This will give a good overview of the last time Tobias is here. And what we're doing today is a continuation of that.
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling, sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team member themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
So that gives you a brief overview of this project that we started in 2018, and now he's here to continue that. Can we see some images of his work too? So these pieces that we made on the beginning of the week, these clear pieces, I'll show you. So these are some examples of some clear glass with that 3D printed media around it. So that's what's kind of going to happen to these things. All that black media around is surrounding the glass. We have these little nipples that we put on here, and he's going to use those to attach that 3D media. So this is a good example of kind of what's going to happen with these. So Tobias has come here from Hong Kong. He's received a grant to rent the hot shop here to continue this project that we started in 2018. And all these objects that we're making will be part of a show at a museum in Hong Kong at a later date. So he's still got, the glass is one element in the finished product, but he's gonna have to take these back to his studio and do all the 3D rendering that's gonna happen to these. So quite a bit more work. So thanks for putting up with me, my substitute emceeing skills. And I'm gonna hand the mic over to Emily, who's a normal MC.
Thank you. Where did you get this mic from? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Gabe gave you guys a pretty good overview. I'm just wondering if you have any questions. And did he tell you about the machines yet and the furnace and the? Okay, I'll give you. Oh, some no, some yes. I'm gonna start over from my regular beginning. Okay, awesome. So I'll give you guys a basic overview and then I'll go in depth with the process. So all things we do here in the hot shop start within our furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that has silver bottoms and the doors are designed to protect the glass from any debris. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. And then from there, we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers to keep the glass malleable while we shape it. All the glass that's coming out of the furnace is clear. We're only working with clear glass while Tobias is here. Tobias is here, pardon me, during his residency. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. As we work in and out of those reheating chambers, they're powered by natural gas and forced air also. They're only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and those chambers rest at 2,300 degrees. So in the process, as you can see on the big screen there, Sarah has blown out a bubble. After we gather the glass, we blow into the glass to create a bubble similar to the shape of of a balloon. This bubble can be gathered over. The more that we gather over a bubble, the larger we can blow a piece out. The more mass we have, the more we can stretch the glass. And then we'll go in with our tools that are designed for glass making specifically to manipulate the glass. A lot of the tools are made from stainless steel or wood.
No, just sore throats. Just a little virus. I don't think I'm cleaning the mic enough. I clean the mic as much as I can, but I'm gonna get them cozies too. Me? Almost. Dang near. I was trying to go home. Dion's like, gotta stay, and I'm like, Dion. She's like, I'm staying. Yeah, it was nice though. They made it. That's what people want. They want symphony and hot glass, I guess. Oh, it was hot. I'm like, cool, the old people.
As we dip into the furnaces, the pipes start to accumulate heat, but only in a certain area. So that's what, when we take the pipes over there, it's just a pipe cooler to cool that steel down some so it's comfortable to touch. It's still a little warm, but it's not too bad. So we'll go in with our blocks. Our blocks are pieces of hollowed out cherry wood that are soaked in water. So this tool is designed to help shape the glass and kind of harness some of that energy so it will be able to create even well-rounded, so you're able to clean up your sides and the top of the glass where it's really super duper like honey. So it's a great tool for shaping and cooling the glass, and it does not take a lot of heat from the material. Glass tools are designed with the idea of minimizing heat reduction so we can maximize our manipulation to the material when we're shaping. Oh, so what's really cool is we have these shapes that have been made that Tobias has created, and so they're going to blow into the shapes. This is one of my really favorite things to watch because, I don't know, the organic nature of the glass gets to be displayed, and it fills all the cracks and crevices of the mold.
How you guys doing? Good? Good.
Although the glass looks like it has color, that's just the thermal energy radiating from the surface. As we continue to pull the clear glass out of the furnace, we have to replenish that 1,000 pounds. It doesn't just magically reappear. I'll show you guys and tell you guys a little bit more about the glass in a moment. But it's going to be really fun to watch them blow a bubble through the stainless steel abstract mold. Tobias is not primarily a glass designer. He's an architectural designer, I believe, but he said that a lot of his inspiration derives from things in nature that we can't see, these organic shapes that are only visible under a microscope. And so the sciences and the arts is where he combines his love for glass, and that is how he has come into creating what he does in this mixed medium. He said that when he Google labeled him a ultra contemporary artist. So we'll go into that mold. It's kind of like a puzzle for initially trying to get the glass to fit in. We'll chill it in certain areas where we don't want it to get too dense or too hot. So you'll use that air gun to cool it in certain areas. We'll pick them up and then take it back to the bench and then blow out the glass. We only have so many seconds because as the glass is touching that steel, it's cooling rapidly, which prevents us from being able to manipulate it while it's hot. Oh, very nice. They're attaching them, which is really cool. Yeah, so there's a ton of trial and error. That's what I was going to touch on. A lot of it, when an artist comes to work with the hot shop team, a lot of it is trial and error. But, you know, two heads are better than one, so it'll help streamline as they work together a process. They could be creating a new process also. So you're just basically in like a private experiment on a public scale. So you get a very awesome experience because that's what the studio is designed for.
Oh, I was just gonna say no. I was just gonna tell you we've been having like high failure. Very challenging.
So
Yeah, it's been taking us 2 or 3 tries to get each one.
today's process has been very challenging, and that is because you're dealing with metal and hot glass and then trying to combine the two. And as both are cooling at different rates, glass doesn't want to cool separate, it wants to cool together. So when we connect two pieces that aren't at the same compatibility of heat, it'll then kind of give you a fuss. So it's being fussy. So as we continue to extract glass from the furnace, our hot shop technician refills the furnaces. This is known as charging the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I could, but I won't. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah, that's right. It's nice and warm in here. You are so cute. No, I never seen it. That piece of glass on the end is so thin. You could be a whole band with that thing.
So it's a traditional Japanese children's toy.
Oh.
They're usually made of torch. And they're like this big.
Yeah, it's so thin.
Yeah,
I almost broke that one with my nails.
yeah.
That would be bad.
So you can, try making them at the torch. It's got to be paper thin.
I can't make stuff that big. I never seen that before.
why you enjoy that big yum yum.
Yeah, it's good.
Gup gup. Oh, so that one's like the art version, like the extra large.
What was the low, like a lot more bass?
Oh, that's cool. That would be a really annoying toy. It sounds like a heartbeat. Oh, look. So now we wait.
Hi guys, welcome to the hot shop. We are just in transition at the moment. We just created we're kind of doing an experiment where we're putting glass into these stainless steel little, basically kind of like nets that have been balled up. And then we're trying to touch them while they're hot, which is a tricky process because if you do not heat the glass at the same time to connect it at the same time, it will not stick because of the rapid rate that it's cooling and all the other little things. It's a very temperamental material, very fragile. And it's constantly working against you as you're trying to work for it. So, right today in the hot shop, we have Tobias Klein, and he is here from Hong Kong. He got a grant to come and work in the hot shop. The work that he's creating now will later to be displayed in a museum in the Hong Kong area. He's a mixed medium artist. He said that Google defined him as an ultra contemporary artist. And so as you can see some of his pieces on the big screen, we're connecting little notches onto the glass, which will then be added with 3D printed materials. His inspiration is derived from things that you cannot see to the naked eye. It's basically he's mega size, microscopic shape, so a cellular level of glass. And as he works with us this week, we are on to a new experiment today that has been tricky, very tricky. So as you guys all come in and have a seat, I'll give you guys a basic overview. I'll give a couple more people a moment to come in, and I'll let you guys know exactly what we're doing on the floor here. So, everything that we do starts in the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank with the doors on the front. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as we rotate stainless steel, hot glass only likes to stick to these stainless steel pipes. We'll then blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. The more glass you gather, the more you can blow out the piece. It'll increase the size of the final piece. And then from there, we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. Our reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. Its temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass must stay above 1,000 degrees to remain malleable during the process. And that's what I think that's where maybe some of our issues are coming from today, is that as the glass cools down rapidly, it's not wanting to combine. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the next one here. So specifically in the process, we are creating these bubbles. They're like elongated bubbles that we're sticking into these little stainless steel organic shapes, kind of like a net that's been all balled up. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as we have gathered over these bubbles a couple times, we'll start to stretch out the bubble. The tools that we use are known as a block. The block is designed to shape the tool evenly. It's soaking in water, and it's a piece of hollowed out cherry wood.
Are you talking? I can hear you talking. Yeah, you got the same hat on. Yeah. What's her name? Yeah. Oakley? Oh, how cute. Hi, Oakley. Hi, Oakley. Hi, Oakley. Oh, I love babies. They're so cute. Man, lately all I want to eat is pizza. I said lately all I want to eat is pizza. Cheese pizza.
You ate pizza the other day
I
already.
know. It's just so good. It's okay. I worked out a lot.
That's not working, unfortunately, for your coronary heart artery.
Okay, well, I don't eat it like often. Wait, say it again?
You're lucky that you see a woman in the UK. Statistically, this should not be a problem for you. Only statistically.
Oh, man. No, I'm not that yay
Even women do
anymore.
not have the cardiovascular risk.
Well,
Hey,
man,
bye for
you don't eat pizza?
what?
You don't eat pizza? No, you he's trying to be dumb. Dumb.
I will.
I actually am very healthy. I gave up meat in January.
You know that like
Yesterday.
Look.
The best thing you can do is eat real food. Like
Yeah. I
meat is not a real food.
but usually when I have
Oh,
for
I
lunch
never
it's
said
like
turkey.
beans and like I just don't eat it a lot.
As much.
Like
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah, the best.
So now we'll go on with our papers. Our papers are soaked newspaper that sits in water, and it allows us to shape with our hands. Very, very intimate tool for shaping.
Yeah, I agree. I've given it paper sometimes. I make it so I'll have it with my hands.
I think it's just like moderation, you know?
No, I can't have it because it makes me like it makes my stomach like turn gassy, like weird, like bloated. Because when we didn't grow up on this, I was we were vegetarian.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. So my body
I
was
grew
really
up eating a
toxic.
lot of like terrible meat.
My friend made me goose steak.
So this is what we've been trying to create most of the day. I believe we've had not very much success, but this is a successful attachment. So now Gabe will get under it and he'll catch it off the pipe. We'll tap it, we'll water off the back, we'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. And then we're gonna go to lunch now because we've been working all morning. So I'm sorry for those of you who just sat down. We're coming back in 1 hour. We're gonna take a quick lunch break. Let's give them one more round of applause for getting it into the box and come back and hang out with us after lunch. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today, our visiting artist that is here working with the Hot Shop team is Tobias Klein. He is from Hong Kong. He teaches in Hong Kong at a university, and the work he is making will go back to Hong Kong with him. He got a grant to come here to create with the Hot Shop team, and it's all going to go back into a museum in Hong Kong. Originally, he's from Germany, but he works and lives currently in Hong Kong. I will get into the process when they start working, and I'll specifically narrate what they're doing. But in the meantime, I'll tell you guys a little bit about the tools and the furnaces that we use and the ovens and all about the different temperatures. I'll even tell you a little bit more about what Tobias is doing, and show you a little bit more about him also. Give me just a second, and then I'll go over what's happening with all the different machines on the floor. So my name is Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions during the process. So, as we start the process, everything that we do begins in the furnace. The furnace are these silver tanks with black doors on the front of them. It's full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And like dipping into the furnace is kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. And so then as we gather, the hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll rotate a hot steel pipe into the furnace, we'll blow into that pipe, and it'll create a balloon at the end of the pipe similar to the shape of a bubble. Today in the process specifically, we're only using clear glass, which is it's fun to watch because it's a little bit more understandable without color impeding with the glass, because you'll be able to see the true color at the end. You'll be able to see how it radiates thermal energy and when it cools down also. So from there, after dipping into the furnace, we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are the ovens with the faces that are open. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass. There's no viscous glass inside of these ovens. We turn these off at night. They get up to about 2,300 degrees, and that allows us to keep the glass reheated and malleable to be able to manipulate it while shaping and creating whatever we'd like. I'll tell you guys a little bit more about Tobias Klein. He is an associate professor of the School of Creative Media, of the School of Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. This body of work is a continuation of the work he developed here at the Museum of Glass in 2018. And these pictures were, and some of his pieces were featured in the Museum of Glass exhibition. So he's a trained architect and artist. He was telling me earlier this week that he creates these shapes which are inspired by cell structures that you can't see at the naked eye level, and so you have to be able to see them microscopically under, the lens of the microscope, and that's where the shapes come from. He also works in 3D print, so as you can see up on the big screen there, the materials that are printed then encase the glass, and the glass is somewhat kind of floating inside of the 3D printed materials. There are some pieces that have notches on them. The notches are where the 3D print materials are then added in the cold working process later. So as you can see, Sarah has gathered the glass from the furnace. She'll rotate it on the table just to kind of shape it up a bit. In a moment, she'll blow into the end of that pipe. We're going to watch the process unfold together of what it is that we're doing. Before lunch, we were blowing clear bubbles into cylinders, into organic shapes. And I believe we'll do the same thing in just a moment. So she'll go in with those jacks. The jacks are a very large tool with two large inverted blades, kind of like kitchen knives. They allow us to carve into the glass, stretch the glass, create weak points. Weak points are needed sometimes in the process to be able to detach ourselves from the initial part of the pipe. What we're going to do is we're going to create a bubble, gather over the bubble a couple of times, and then we're going to place it inside of one of these structures and blow it out. Can we please see the Meet the Artist Tobias Klein video for the guests to learn a little bit more about his work?
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling. Sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team member themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
Once we get the glass into this shape, we'll then blow it out. We dipped it into a mold. The mold will then chill low and high points to the surface of the glass, which creates those ridges like a ruffle chip. So now we'll saw off the back closest to the end of the pipe, knock ourselves off, and then hit a hot torch on it. We can give them a round of applause for their hard work. Let's clap it up. And then into the annealing oven is where it has to go so it can cool down properly. Glass has a lot of layers, just like an onion. So as those inner and outer layers cool, the annealing oven allows it helps it ramp all the way back down to room temperature to prevent thermal shock. And so that is what we're doing today. Did the shape come back? Hey, we need the shape back now. Now it's time to put glass in it. Right here, right here. He needs it back, Dion. Hi. She belongs to me. Sorry. You're like, yeah, I'm just gonna play with it. He's like, I need it back. I don't know why it's sticky. So, as we continue to take glass out of the furnace, we have a process known as charging the furnace to refill that 1,000 pounds. It doesn't just magically reappear. So, our hot shop tech is the man in the hat right here to my left side. He's Nick, and he charges our furnaces here to replenish our stock of glass. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So, for those who just joined us not too long ago, that furnace rests at about 2100 degrees, and dipping into the furnace will gather that molten glass. It's like, I think it's a little bit cooler than lava, and it's viscous like honey. And so, if we stop rotating those pipes, gravity will pull it directly down to the ground. And again, my name's Emily. Just shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So, all of the tools that are, some of the tools that we use, especially the blocks, have been soaked in water. They're not this big, but this is a good one to show everybody. So, we soak the blocks in water, and then when we shape the glass with them, it helps cool the glass down. It doesn't pull a lot of heat out of the glass, which is what we want while we're shaping, so we can maximize our ability of shaping. But they soak in water just to protect the wood and the glass. And so the steam is what protects both of the materials. And we use those for shaping. Oh, why is it open? Okay, into the stainless steel molds we've created, abstract molds we've created. In just a moment, those reheating chambers rest at about 2300 degrees. They're super duper hot, so we'll give the glass a flash and then kind of like, oh, that one went in very swiftly. although he has on those gloves, it will protect his skin, but the heat can still um, move through the materials. So he won't get a direct burn, but he could get a potential burn. So that's why when he removed his hands quickly, it started to get very hot. So sometimes it just doesn't work out. So in the case that it doesn't, Sarah will just dip this hot glass into the water. It'll remove itself from the mold. It'll also remove itself from the pipe. They'll let the stainless steel mold cool down and then they'll try it again. So what's really cool about the hot shop is that you don't have to be only a glass artist to apply to create here in the hot shop. It's a space designed for artists of all mediums to apply to work. Some artists rent the hot shop, some artists are visiting and they have a residency to work with the team. It always is different. It's always something different when it applies to how an artist comes here to work. And so in this case, this is an artist rental, and we're kind of experimenting as we go because maybe it's a process we've never had to do before in the hot shop. But this team is probably one of the best teams to work with to streamline a process or to be innovative and create your own brand new original designed work. And so you guys get a very close look at what the process looks like when it doesn't work out, when we have to start over. And today's been a high rate of starting over because we're trying something new, and typically it takes a lot more than 1 to 3 tries to create something new. So now that we learned about the clear glass, I think it would be kind of fun as we wait to watch the process again to learn about how glass gets color. So as you walk through the exhibits and you get to see the different pieces, I'll teach you a little bit about how color is applied to glass, and a little bit more about glass colors in general. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the question was, what made the pieces that were just blown into not work? Like, why did we have to clean them off and start over? And there could have been many different things. Actually, I'm going to ask so I can give you guys a great answer. So, we're working with a couple things. We're working with having enough glass, and we're working with the temperature decreasing rapidly because it's touching steel, and steel extracts the heat from the glass. So Sarah said for those ones specifically, she didn't have enough material to blow it out. And so after assessing that, because you don't know until you get here, because that's a part of the structure, and then when you blow it out, you're like, oh, I thought I had enough, until you blow it out and you don't. So when Sarah blew into the structure, she didn't have enough materials. Ben's did have a good amount because it started to come out. The bubble pieces started to stick out, but the heat wasn't compatible, even if there was enough. Like, so the timing is very important. That's why they'll move really quick and switch the pipes around. And so, too cold, not enough material, but there's nothing to stick it to. So we have to start over and reassess and add more material, and it'll work out. When the pipe starts to get hot, we'll go over to the pipe cooler and cool it down. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to accumulate in certain areas. So now that we've have enough materials in both, their conversation is like stop, flip, and then they'll align themselves properly. All right. We'll remove ourselves, and this is what we're attempting to execute. So that's a successful connection. We had enough materials, it was hot enough to touch them, and now they're properly combined. Gabe will come over with his Kevlar gloves, his mittens, and then he'll catch it at the bottom. We'll knock it off the pipe. All right, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. So we have to put the glass into an annealing oven where it'll cool down over an even period of time to prevent thermal shock, because glass has layers, and when those outer layers and inner layers cool, they must come down at a steady temperature together. Let's give Gabe one more round of applause for boxing that piece up properly. I believe that this is very, very tricky because we can't reheat that stainless steel. So the reason why this is very tricky is because we can't put the stainless steel structures into the reheating chamber, because if it gets too hot, which it can very quickly, it'll stick to the glass, and we don't want that. And that could then interfere with its cooling process, because it interferes with the structures of the glass.
We've coated all the steel structures with molasses so that you can smell that little sweet smell, and you see the little smoke when we blow in there. We've coated them with molasses so that the glass and the steel are not actually touching. You'll get a little layer of carbon there, because when we do cool the glass, when we anneal the glass, slow cool it, the glass actually shrinks on a microscopic level. The steel's not going to, so the glass and steel can't be stuck together. The glass needs to be able to move just ever so slightly, or it'll crack.
All right.
Make sense?
Yeah. Can we please see the Tobias Klein artist video for those that just joined us in the hot shop?
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing. And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements. So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite quite thrilling, sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I've never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team members themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
So, this is the fun part where we figure out what we're going to do next. Give us a moment to deliberate, and then I'll let you guys know what's happening in the next part of the process.
Yeah, this part.
Don't look at this scale.
No, well, for scale though.
Yeah, but look, these scales are completely different.
Yeah, but it's going to be bigger.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
bigger than this. Together, they're together, but we're not going to pick it.
and then it's going to get other stuff in between.
It's going to be something like this.
Yeah, it's going to be two guys that are more or less at that size.
Okay.
Let's not get them too small, but let's not go
Yeah.
into the hoo-ha ground, so to speak.
Okay.
Anything that fits in your bag is fine.
So yeah, it's going to be like multiple elements. We're going to make one part, put it in the garage.
Okay.
And then we're going to combine a couple.
So, in order to get ready for this next piece, we have to prepare parts that will be reassembled and during the process. And so, what we're doing is we're going to blow a bubble out. We're going to create the parts first and then park them in the garage. The garage is where items are held to be reworked into the process. There's a cold side and there's a hot side. The cold side's about 800 degrees, the hot side's about 1100 degrees. This is cool enough to where it won't continue to melt the piece, but hot enough to hold it to be reworked into the process. Okay? And so what we're going to do is we'll make these pieces, park them in the garage. We'll make probably the centerpiece and then attach the odd pieces to the glass. And so similar to the ones here on the table with the notches is what we're going to create. So this means that we're going to gather more glass, blow it out bigger. It'll just get big. It'll be cool to watch. So she'll go in with her block just to kind of smooth out those outer layers. All the glass that we gather from the furnace is clear. It just looks orange because it's radiating thermal energy. Be mindful that during the entire process, the pipe never truly stops rotating. Even when they blow into the pipe, as you can see, she had to continue to rotate that bubble to keep it on its axis as she blew into the pipe. There's a lot of multitasking that goes on in glass blowing that you really don't notice until you have to do it yourself. So it's kind of like trying to balance a bowling ball at the end of a broomstick. As the pipe starts to get hot, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but sticking it into a 2300 degree furnace multiple times, our oven, it then will start to accumulate the heat. So we'll just go to the pipe cooler to cool it down to be able to touch the pipe.
How was your day today? Very good. Do you come here? I feel like you've been here before while I was. What is going on down there?
So when the door is open to that furnace, it's about 2100 degrees that impacts you. Super duper hot. The ability to, so they, a good, so typically people will close it, but the ability to stick a pipe in there that's probably a little bit under 10 pounds and rotate it and see through the glass, it's really hard to look in there. It's a very bright orange flare that comes off. So to be able to master all of those things and make it look so easy is really mind blowing, I guess you could say, just because of the high temperatures. And so as we continue to gather that glass, the harder it gets to go back in and grow the mass. Yeah, so the glass holds heat and it radiates it in this way. So it looks like it's orange, but it's just clear glass. But it's 2,000 degrees and above at all times, or most of the time. When you see it start to clear down, that clear, like turn clear, that's when it drops below the temperature. Sorry. Can you see? Can everybody see through me? Can you see? Yeah. So he'll go in with his papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. They provide for a very intimate shaping tool. It's almost like using your bare hands. And as you can see, those papers have been through a lot this week. Typically, they're in a square. These ones are just kind of starting to flail in different directions. It's no longer a square. You said just the water. Mm-mm. I'm gonna answer that in a second. So right now we're going in with our jacks. Our jacks are a very large tool that are used to carve and to shape the glass. And so they're basically like two kitchen knives. They're inverted blades. And that low point that we created in that glass, the crease we just created, it's a weak spot that we intentionally carve into the glass. It's a reference point indicating the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And we need to be able to create a good, solid jack line to finish the piece. And so we have to have a good jack line to be able to remove ourselves towards the end of the production. And the question was, why doesn't the cold water affect the piece like the hot glass? Well, when the cold water meets the hot glass, it just basically starts to evaporate. And so as it carries, the heat is a lot stronger than the room temperature water. So it'll just carry it out, provide steam, and create steam. So it just starts to conduct the energy, turns into steam, and it protects the glass from the materials. Yeah, yeah, through conduction and convection. And it's too cold. I mean, it's too weak. What? Tobias Klein is here working in the hot shop with the hot shop team. He came over from Hong Kong. He got a grant to create his glass here with the team. And then when he goes back to Hong Kong, he'll display the work at a later date in the museum there also. He said that it's taken a while to, create that ability to come back, to get the grant, to come and make the work. He's a multi-medium artist, and his inspiration for the shapes and the mixed medium derives from the cellular constructions and how we can't see them on the just surface level, so you have to be able to see them under a microscope. So it's the organic shapes that he likes about the movement of the glass, and that's where some of the inspiration comes from when we chatted earlier this week. He's also a professor at the creative media at City University of Hong Kong. And this is actually a continuation of his work that he created in 2018 here with the Museum of Glass. And so he's just continuing the story as of now. Can we see some of his finished works on the big screen? So he uses a lot of 3D printing in his work. And the notches here in the cold working process later is what he'll attach the mixed medium to. So we had to allow the glass to cool down. That's why we're just resting there as we have now. And we're going to punny it up. So Gabe is getting a transfer pipe ready. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language. So when we want to change our access or transfer pipes, we'll say punny up, get a punny. So we'll add a transfer pipe. That's a bit of glass to the initial piece. Put a little water on that jack line, that carved line of tension. And then the water will create thermal shock, which will stress out the glass. So you have to let it cool down a bit. A little water on that jack line, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help us release ourselves. when we dip the pipes into the bucket over there, they have a self-cleaning mechanism. So when we put them into water, it'll create so much shock because it's such high heat, and the glass will naturally just fall off. You never want to leave a hollow pipe in a bucket of water, though. Not a good idea. Not a good science experiment. So you just cap it, dip it in the water, then put it into a dry environment where the glass will slowly just fall away. The reason why we have to transfer the pipe is because we need to clean up the opposite side of the piece. And so, say if we're making a cup, you start with the bottom of the cup first, and then you change your axis and you open up the cup. So we're making more so of a sculpture piece. So we're just changing the axis and cleaning up the opposite side of the sculpture. So as we go into that reheating chamber to get the piece nice and hot to manipulate the shape, that reheating chamber is about 2100 degrees, 2300 degrees. It's only used to get the glass hot. There's no molten glass inside of the chamber. All of the hot glass comes from the furnace. The furnace are these large tanks here with the black doors on the front. So we only go into the reheating oven here for heat, to reheat so we can shape the glass. We want to get this section very hot, so we're going to give it a little preheat with the fluffy torch, and then we're going to put it back into the reheating chamber. We only have a certain amount of time that we can manipulate the glass before it gets cold again.
You're welcome. You guys have safe travels.
So we want to reinforce some of the air in the area that we've been constantly heating. So Sarah will go in with the Sofietta. It's a little puffer tool, so we'll be able to blow into the pipe with air, because when we removed ourselves and reattached a new pipe, that new pipe is solid. For those of you that are just joining us, Tobias Klein is here with us in the hot shop. Tobias came over from Hong Kong to create his work here. When he was granted funds to be able to experiment and design his work. He's a multi-medium sculptor. He's an artist and architecture. I mean, he's an architect and an artist. His work articulates a syncretism of contemporary CAD and CAM technologies with site and culturally specific design narratives, intuitive nonlinear design processes, and historical cultural references. Through his works and writings, he established a notion of digital craft as an operational synthesis between digital and physical materials and tools as poetic and technical expressions, opposing a traditional dualistic separation of digital workflows and analog making of material and understanding. Can we please see some of Tobias's past works? So as you can see, the mixed medium is combined with different 3D printing materials, and the glass will then be inside of the materials as if it's almost floating. We'll go in with this tungsten rod. The tungsten rod is a rod that we get hot with the hot torch and then drill into the glass to create an access point.
Does anybody have any questions at all? Doing all right? Great.
So we took the piece and we placed it into the garage where it'll rest at until we reincorporate another piece to attach to it. There's kind of a drawing here on the ground if you can kind of make out what it is. It'll be the top piece that we already created that's going to be laid on another form. Tobias Klein is here working with the Hot Shop team this week to create all of his original glass designs. You can see some of them here on the table. It's these forms with little nipples that then later there are 3D printed items that are attached to the glass. We'll go back to the bench and he'll go in with that block. The block is a hollowed out piece of cherry wood that's been soaked in water. We use the block for shaping. And then we'll go in with those papers, let the glass hang over the rail, allow it to elongate itself, and then go in with the papers that are used for shaping. It's just like shaping with your hand. Those papers provide they're such an intimate tool. We're blowing into the glass as we rotate. He guides the glass with his hand. The glass is clear. All of the glass that we're using in today's process is clear. It looks orange because of the high temperatures. When we pull that glass from the furnace, it's about 2100 degrees that the furnace rests at. So it's very, very viscous, very, very hot. So we went in with these corks. The corks are just like wine corks that you top your wine bottles with, just a lot more material. And cork is really good for leaving minimal debris, a very soft touch, and extracting minimal heat so we can actually get in there and shape. The goal is always to extract minimal heat while shaping. This form will be the bottom layer, and we're gonna put the top form that we created that's parked in the garage on top of this bottom form. So we're going with that hot torch. That hot torch is about 5,000 degrees, and we're going to increase with this paddle, stainless steel paddle. So this is typically what papers look like when they're folded fresh and soaked in water. The other ones, they only last a few days, depending on how much we're working, maybe a week at most. So this is fresh papers here, folded up. The other ones started to fall apart, as you could see.
What are you guys doing today? Oh, I like the jacket. Those are nice jackets. I know that's right. Synchronized colors, huh? That's just as hard as this. Maybe you should speed up a little more to be successful.
So inside of the reheating chamber at the end of the pipe that Sarah's holding, where she's just reheating the glass form that they've created. Inside of that furnace, it's about 2,300 degrees. Tobias Klein is here working with our hot shop team. He came from Hong Kong to create his work here with the hot shop because they have good glass, is what he said, and he's actually continuing a residency he had here in 2018, and so he's continuing that body of work. He uses mixed medium in his sculptures. Outside of the hot shop, he'll mix CAD designs that have been printed with the glass to create final installation pieces. Can we please see some of Tobias's past works? So if you look up there at the big screen, you'll see his work suspended within the different designs that he has created and printed. On the table here, there are some pieces with notches, which he attaches the other medium to. They're not fully done, but they're almost there.
Like you said, they have to attach little pieces to the knobs.
How does he get color? We use color. We add color to the clear glass, but for his glass, we're only gonna have clear. For Tobias's work, we're only gonna use clear. We've only been experimenting with clear glass. But Tobias is the man in the white shirt here in the middle. He is a professor at the Creative Media School. Let me read it so I get it right for you guys. Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. How long does it take to make a full one? We've been working on this one for about 36 minutes now. So it just depends on what we're making. It could either be 40 minutes or an hour. Huh? No. So this is one of the two pieces we've been working on. So this is the second part. So it's not too long. In opposition to like a painting, could take us 3 days. Stuff in the hot shop takes a couple hours or less. Yeah, so glass is very famous to the area, or it's very well known in this Pacific Northwest area because Del Chihuly was a glass artist that had a fellowship. The fellowship was in Venini, at the factories in Venini, so in Venice, Italy. Oh my gosh, when Del Chihuly came back to the States, he started the Pilchuck Glass School about 2 hours northeast of Seattle, I believe. And then in the local Tacoma area, Chihuly was born and raised in this neighborhood, in this community. And so at different schools, at the middle and high school level, you could take glass blowing as an extracurricular activity. So somebody like myself, I started making glass at the Hilltop Artist Program when I was 11, going on 12. And that's just one small example of how we can create glass at a young age because of artists like Chihuly, who brought the craft back to the U.S. He also, oh, we're connecting. Oh, we picked up the additional part. Now we'll lay it over the top. What a cool form that is. Um, I'll tell you, I'll finish my little story about Chihuly. He also was one of the founding fathers of this type of establishment. So artists from all over the world come and work here. Artists from different parts of the world have moved here to work here also. Our hot shop team is not originally from here. They come from the East Coast and down in California. What is a big thing that they've created? One really big item that they made a couple months ago was this bell jar, and it was big enough that I could put it over the top of you. It was really big. It was probably about maybe 4 feet, 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet tall, about probably 3 to 4 feet wide. They chill it. They're allowing. Oh, at that big. Oh, when it was that big, they had like at least 6 people holding the pipe at one time. It was really heavy. They had different tools. No, so if it gets hot, once it's hot, we let it cool. We allow it to chill and harden up. Glass is an amorphous solid, which means that it has the ability to be solid and then liquid, solid and liquid. So we chill it so it becomes solid, and then we add some more, make it bigger, keep blowing it out. The more we blow it out, the cooler it'll get. Yeah, I don't ever work here, but I work in other places. Oh, I can show you guys some stuff I've made before. As we hot torch, we're cleaning up the opposite sides. The question was, what would you say is a typical day on the job here? I don't think it's ever just a typical regular day. It's always something fun and always something different, and it's always an experiment happening. Or just regular glass blowing, just everyday glass blowing. We're adding the notches so then that way our 3D prints will be able to be added, like the different types of medium will be able to be attached to the glass later. Does anybody have any questions? So we'll prepare the end of the pipe there to be able to remove the piece off of the pipe. We want to secure the heat in this area, so when we add water, the shock, it permeates the entire area. And so that way we'll be able to remove ourselves from the pipe. Back into the reheating chamber to give it a little flash. We just want to make sure all that heat is evenly distributed properly, and then we'll be able to remove ourselves. What? Gabe will get under it. He has on mittens. We'll knock it off the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then over to the annealing oven, we'll put this piece where it'll cool down to prevent thermal shock over a steady period of time. Glass cools depending upon its thickness. So this will be about a day. Tobias Klein is here working with us in the hot shop. I hope you guys have an awesome time at your meet. I hope you guys do well. We got some synchronized swimmers in the building competing. Woohoo! Alrighty, so can we please see the Tobias Klein visiting artist video for those who just joined us?
I'm Tobias Klein. I was born in Germany. I lived for a long time in the UK, in London, and I now live in Hong Kong. I was hoping to extend a form of dialogue between my practice and the craftsmanship of glass. My body of work consists mostly out of 3D scanning and 3D printing. I decided to start very primordial, like with cells, singular bubbles, the evolution of bubbles, one bubble getting into two bubbles, almost mimicking the behavior of cells. So most of the works then have to do as well with the idea of balancing.
And for that purpose, we're introducing these small elements here, which are like spike-like on the skin of the cell. And these I will use for 3D scanning. So in the end, we will actually 3D scan these elements in place. And once we have a digital copy of the two, I will then attempt to do 3D printing in the connection of follicles that are next to this. So these elements then will be connected and help the balancing of the two glass elements.
So you could really think that the 3D print is almost like an encrustation, like shells growing on the hull of a boat or so. I would like the glass to have the purest forms readable in all three dimensions. So the moment you add opacity to it and colors, you're creating a 2.5 dimensional 3D form, but with being transparent through all sides, you're creating almost a 4-dimensional form where you see the various sides at the same time. We develop ideas in conversation and methods to get there, and attempts to stretch the material, attempts to not work against glass, but find ways to work with the glass to achieve some of the forms I'm trying to unpack. The experience has been incredibly rewarding and quite thrilling. Sometimes actually very exciting when things are working, and sometimes when things are not working. That is as well part of the conversation, part of the craft. In my short experience in glass, I have never worked with a team that is so professional and so versatile, skilled in working with the glass. As well, amongst the team members themselves, there's a really interesting dynamic and almost non-verbal communication necessary to achieve these parts.
So we'll slowly move into our next piece in just a moment. I'll give you guys a basic overview of the ovens here in the hot shop that we use and the furnaces, just to understand a little bit more about how that we get started in the process. So everything we do starts here in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that's full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. From there, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate the hot steel pipe, you'll get a good gather of glass, and once you get the gather of glass, you'll then blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. We'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. Our glory holes rest at about 2,300. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass. There's no glass inside, there's no molten glass inside of the furnace. And we turn these off at night. We turn them back on in the mornings when we're getting ready to work, and it takes about 1 hour to heat up to that temperature. Once again, we have Tobias Klein here with us creating his works from Hong Kong. Can we see some of Tobias's past works on the big screen? So as you can see, we've dipped into the furnace, we've blown out the glass, and now Sarah will start to shape the glass with her jacks just to be able to get a solid foundation. The beginning is the most important part to have a really even, well-balanced bubble. And keeping that bubble balanced is like trying to balance a bowling ball at the end of a broomstick. It's pretty hard as it grows, that is. Right now, it's small, but as it grows, it gets tougher.
So what have you been doing? I heard you were riding a cart.
So as you can see, just a little bit of a halo around that bubble as we grow the glass. That's the denser part is where we'll continue to be able to blow out the glass. We have a bubble on the inside, and we'll go in with that block to chill out those outer layers, to cool down those outer layers. And then in with our papers. Our papers are folded newspaper that's been soaked in water, and it's a tool that's very good for shaping with the hand. So now you can see as we continue to blow, as the pipe rotates, you'll be able to see the true color of the glass a bit better. It'll cool down a little bit. It looks orange because of the thermal energy radiating. Oh, the structure grew. It grew. So we'll go on with our jacks. Our jacks are a large tool. They're two large inverted blades that carve into the glass. We need to carve into the glass to create this jack line because this will help remove us from the pipe at the end of the more towards the end of the process. It's a line, a reference point indicating the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we'll go in with the jacks. The jacks are lubricated with wax. You don't really see that. You don't see them take that step because it's a quick step they take. If you don't put wax on the jacks, then it'll make like a squeaky brake sound because of the friction between the two materials as it carves into the glass. Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those that just joined us, we have Tobias Klein with us here in the Hot Shop, and we are creating his work today. Currently, there's this chalky structure here, this illustration on the ground. So every structure is a different piece of glass that will mold and then piece together during the hot process. The notches are like the little nipples that we'll put on the glass will be to incorporate the 3D materials that Tobias prints out from his different like CAD designs and things. So we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in, that line of tension. We'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will then help us remove ourselves because of the shock that was implemented by the water. That transfer pipe is used to remove ourselves so we can work on the opposite side of the piece. This one wasn't really opposite, but we're cleaning up the other side right now. Can we please see some of Tobias's past works? So we've heated that to the point of where we were able to cinch it back closed. And I believe that we're going to park one of these pieces so we can add more pieces together. Each form and the way that they approach gluing it together hot is a little bit different. And so you don't have to be a glass artist to apply to work here in the hot shop or to rent the shop to have your work created. There are many different ways, whether you apply or rent or you're invited to come and work and create in the hot shop, that people come and work here. In the past, we've had different people of all mediums come and create their work, bring their work to life through glass in the hot shop. So as we continue to take the glass from the furnace, all of the glass that we're using is clear and all of the glass in the furnace is clear. And so every couple weeks, our hot shop technician will recharge the furnaces and refill it up with glass. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but as you continue to dip into the furnace, that 2100 degrees impacts the steel and it starts to accumulate. So we have to go to the pipe cooler to cool it down. Do you guys have questions? Anybody? Questions? My name's Emily. If you guys have questions, just say my name and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Okay, so we're starting another bubble. We're starting another piece of the forms that we're creating. As you can see, we have about one and two, maybe three, four pieces that are being combined. And Gabe here, because Gabe has the piece that we just created in the garage. And the garage is a place where we park pieces, and there's a cool side and a hot side. The cool side rests at about 800 degrees, and the hot side's about 1100 degrees. It's hot enough to hold it, but not too hot to where it'll continue to melt. Okay? So we're just gonna park it there to be reworked into the process, to be reconnected to another form that we're creating. Um, Tools first. All of the tools that we use in the process are made for glass making, whether it's blocks to cool the glass down and give it an even layer, even shaping, or it's stainless steel tools. The stainless steel tools, like our diamond shears, are scissors that have a diamond shape when they overlap, when the blades overlap. So it gives us a 360 cut. So we only have to go in and remove our, like if we're bringing over another pipe that's hot glass, we'll snip it, and then that way we're able to remove ourselves in one cut. So we're not sitting cutting at an angle, you know. Other than that, right now, we're just gonna let that bubble cool down. And so the best way to let a bubble cool down is just to stand there and rotate the pipe. The pipe has to remain rotating so the piece stays on its axis and doesn't go wobbly. Back into the furnace we'll go. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that bubble, we'll gather more glass. Sarah makes it look so easy, but it's hot. It's very hot, and it's really heavy. We'll come out, and then I think she'll strip some of the glass off So as she strips the glass, this glass that is going into this bucket can be recycled. Only glass that stays clear can be recycled. If it has color, it's called contaminated glass, so we have to throw it away. So I know we're talking a lot about clear glass today, but how about we learn about how glass gets color? Can we please see the color overlay video just to learn a little bit about colored glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we're gonna go in with our jacks and carve in that line of tension again. This is known as a jack line. And this line indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning portion of the piece. As we blow into, we're just carving a line of tension. We'll just swing the glass to elongate that bubble. So we'll go in with our hot torch. Our hot torch is about 5,000 degrees, so it's little, but it's hot. It's small but mighty. And then we'll go in, and he's tweezing open an access point, I think. I think he's opening up the glass. So now we'll get it hot again. Whenever we use our fluffy torch or our hot torch in specific areas, it's to manipulate the shape in some way. Can we please see some of Tobias's past works? For those of you who are just joining us, welcome. We are currently creating a second piece of I think a 4-piece sculpture that we're working on currently. Tobias Klein has come over from Hong Kong. He got a grant to come and design his work here with us at the Hot Shop. When he goes back to Hong Kong at a later date, his pieces will be displayed in a museum there. Currently, he is a professor at the Creative Media at City University of Hong Kong. Sorry about that, guys. He's a multi-medium artist. And as you see with his designs, he does some 3D printing, and then he floats the glass within the shapes. In order to create a shape, enlarge a shape, we have to use a tool once we remove ourselves. So this is a Sophie, and we use this to add air into a shape once we disconnect from the initial blowpipe. So Soffietta is a little puffer tool. A lot of the tools and the terms are Italian, and so the names that we use to refer to something that we're going to do is typically Italian term, sling somewhat. We've moved on by adding the second piece of our current sculpture. We have Tobias Klein with us working in the hot shop today. His influences are derived from science and cellular structures. And so things that are only typically visible on a microscope are shapes that we've been exploring this week in the hot shop.
That's good with you?
We continue to flash the back side of the piece because this is the first part that comes out of the glory hole and it's the last part that goes in when we reheat the entire piece. And it's really important that all of the heat is evenly distributed, so we have to manually torch the back. So just have a good insurance policy that the whole thing is nice and hot. Natural gas and forced air. Everything is ran by natural gas and forced air. Yeah.